hello. That's the wrong thing. Try it again. Yeah, that's the one I wanted. Is this it? No, that one. No, this. This one. This is the one we want. Hi. Seth always fails. That's what people come to see. They come to see me struggle, fail, break things, and then travel through oh my god, travel through adversity to finally find a common goal and win. Yeah, that's the thing we do on this channel. Hi, Jeff. Hi, Wendy. Nurse Drone! Hey, hon! Welcome on in. Good to see you. Welcome, my little padded cell here on the internet. Oh, man. But, yeah. Oh, let me do this so we can actually get some better stuff. Glasses. Can't have that here. I've also come here for the tea. The tea. Yes. The goal is getting enough food for winter. I mean, there's always goals to be had and things to be done and stuff to be found. But anyway, welcome to a very chill stream. It's going to be cat here on my microphone. Blah. Gotta love my kitties. Gotta love the kids. Now it's in my mouth. Okay, I'm done making weird noises. Where the fuck am I? Oh my gosh. So yeah, we wrapped up Poppy Playtime, and the next project on the list is going to be finally starting Wild Arms 3. Had to didn't get it started at the beginning of the year just because, once again, when I got back from GDQ, I was sick as shit, and death was knocking on my door. So I'm like, all right, cool. Well, I need something that I can stream that doesn't require me to do a lot of voice acting and other stuff in it. So I ended up reaching for Poppy Playtime, and, well, everyone had fun with that. So it was like, well, between doing Poppy and Deltarune with Tacy Fox, we'll just do something, and we'll complete all of Poppy, and then we'll move on to Wild Arms. But I want to do a cute little just like vibe stream. Just a vibe stream where we can just kind of sit down, talk, have fun. And I was like, well, what do I want to do for a vibe stream? And I'm sitting there like, well, I've been in a massive Ganbare Goemon kick. No one's surprised. Freaking love the Ganbare Goemon games. And I thought it would be fun to listen to the OST of Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon and rank how I feel each track is on a typical like tier making setup. So we're gonna be the hot one from Puss in Boots to yeah, that death is so good. So I've honestly spent a good chunk of my day today sourcing screenshots that represents every music track in the game, going off of the official OST in track order, mind you. And I was able to get a lot of the images that's down below through many different resources, predominantly the fandom Ganbare Goemon, but I also got a lot, and I mean a lot of hard to find things that even the official wiki didn't have, because, trying to source Goemon screenshots is like fucking impossible. Huge shout out to Trey Sonnets, who did a full playthrough of Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon with no commentary in the background. Not that it really mattered, because I was listening to Vaporwave while I was going through their playthrough so I could take screenshots of the different locations that we needed to actually make this bloody tier list. So seriously, I don't know if they're actually doing anything. I just know that I just want to give a big shout out to Trey Sonnets for their video, because I was able to get everything I needed from it. So my plan is we're going to basically listen to the OST. We're going to do it track by track, and we're going to put it on this big, beautiful tier list. Yeah, it's enough to say. It's a tier stream. Haven't done one of these. we've been a part of tier streams, like when Diggy and I were ranking the Sonic anniversary years. We did that. Now it's time for me to do my own with a game franchise I love that still needs more love here in the West, because god damn it, I swear if Konami doesn't localize that Mystical Ninja collection on that they're doing, that's like the two, like the Famicom games, the Super Famicom games, I think they're throwing in like the MSX games. If I don't get that localized, I'm gonna be very upset, but I'm honestly not holding my breath on it, because the Mystical Ninja series has never done well in the West because of the humor, and translating is gonna be a pain in the ass for it. Yeah. Don't think any of these are gonna like kill us, but you never know. So we're gonna start off with a burp. With a burp, our journey begins in the flowery land of Edo, as we go ahead and listen to Ganbare Goemon no Tema, which is basically just the main theme for Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon, or if you want the Japanese name of the first N64 game, Ganbare Goemon Neo Moyo Yama Bakufu no Odori. Yeah, words. Let's go! Going now. I'm not gonna lie, I already know this is an instant S. Are you joking? This is the song I think about the most when I think about Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon. Gambare so gambare. And yeah, that's just, oh, it's so good. Yeah, no, that is just instant S tier. Instant S tier. You've got the original singer for the Dragon Ball opening spitting out the lyrics for this song, and it is just perfect with like showing the cast of characters, their special weapons. There, for some reason, it shows like a footage of like Impact versus the giant robot like over by like a Torii Gate bridge, which doesn't actually appear in the main game whatsoever. But it is hyped. It was my first introduction to the Japanese language. I love this song so much. It's such a special place in my heart. But of course, you have one amazing, catchy as all hell sing-along song, and how do they continue to pair that up with another great one? Going on to Orewa Impact, which it's the Impact theme. It's, oh my god, this is just dash. It's such a bop. Plus, you get like the entire like inner workings of the Impact robot just kind of being like built before you, showing all the moving components that Wise Man's created for this giant mechanoid. And of course, because it's the soundtrack, there's the extended version of the song, which just, Like, seriously, just imagine this is your first introduction to, like, a Mystical Ninja. Granted, like, we got the Super Nintendo game before this one, but this was my first introduction into the Goemon series. So I'm thinking ninjas, you know, the environment up to this boss battle is a very, like, classic Japan. Like, we are talking, like, a very classic Japan, like, rice fields, feudal lords, samurai, ninjas. It's everything. You know, you go through Oedo Castle. You get the mystical pass. You go into, like, the next area. You're not expecting anything, and then you watch Wise Man's home get blown up. Then Baron comes down, taunts you, mentions, I'm gonna beat you up. You're like, okay, whatever, I'm ready for another boss battle. Then Goemon picks up the magical conch and summons a giant fighting robot. It's so fucking good. Like, this was our first introduction to Impact, because Impact made their grand appearance in Ganbare Goemon 2 on the Super Nintendo, which we never got in the States. So just be kind of blindsided by a giant fighting robot going across a land, destroying homes, temples, more parts of the, hang on. Buddy. Ricket! Cat. At least the cat didn't take out the audio this time, so we got that going for us. Where'd you go, buddy? Yeah, praise the magic conch, though. Praise the magic conch. So yeah, it's I love it. I love it so much. It's another S tier song. Oh my gosh. It's so good. It's iconic. I love it. And then, you know, also like the first person robot fights. It's a staple of the Goemon series, and to kind of see its jump into 3D was handled so incredibly well. Now, for some unknown reason, the OST, instead of going straight into Oedo Town, for some reason we go straight into Kai Road, which is known in the soundtrack as The Journey Begins on Mount Fuji. So this is where we're going to be on Kai Highway on the way to Mount Fuji, so Goemon can actually get the chain pipe so we can go into Oedo Castle. This is like the first proper quote-unquote field theme. Because if you've never played Mystical Ninja Staring Goemon, it's best to equate it to Ocarina of Time, even though this game predates Ocarina of Time by a few months, which is awesome. So, like, you have your towns, you have your fields, and then you have your dungeons. So this is the very first field theme in the game. I love the shamisen track in the background. Like, I'm not gonna lie, once I can learn how to, like, play one, I want to actually start learning how to play some Goemon music on the shamisen. And the horns. I don't know. I like this song. It's definitely really good as like your first field. Like you were introduced to the town, you go, you know, on your journey, and now you're in your first open field, and it's just welcome to the world of Japan. You know, you get your first taste of the enemies, from like the floating dog heads to the actual like forces of like the Peach Mountain Shogun Society. It's just a really fun way to start off your adventure, and the adventure begins on the way to Mount Fuji. Which, of course, you know, this was also like my first like 3D like adventure game, if you will. Like, yeah, I played like Mario 64, but that was like, you know, here's your hub, here's your paintings, here's your stages, while Goemon offered me like a really fun, interconnected like world. I love this beginning song, and it's going back to the beginning. It's that first set of notes is just very much like you've opened a door to a brand new world, and it's like, welcome on in. Enjoy your stay. You're in for a time, buddy. I think because of that, I'm also going to put this on A tier. I don't really count it like an S tier. A lot of the field themes for me are fun. They're memorable, but they don't really, to me, punch up to that point where it's just something that I would like put on top of like the grand vocal themes. Not saying there's not other music in this game outside the vocals that will hit S tier, but I know for a lot of the field, like a good chunk of the field themes, I am going to be putting probably an A. I'm not going to lie. Knowing how these tracks go in this game, I don't think we're going to have that many Ds. There's going to be plenty of A's and B's, but I think C's and D's might be a little bit hard to come by on this. But I'm also just biased. So, I don't know. I think it would be fun. Of course, I'm curious what y'all would have to say for like the music that we're listening to. So, of course, by all means, in the chat, whenever you hear a song and you're listening to it, by all means, please type in like S, A, B, C, or D from what you're hearing, because I'm curious what other people think of the music for this game. Also, hi there, Jetstream. Welcome on into a chill, just vibing to Goemon music stream. All right, up next, since we're getting off of Kai Highway, we've got our chain pipe in hand. We need to make our way towards the great city of Odeo. So, Flowery Odeo, the Lost Village, aka just Lost Village, or just known as Odeo Town in the game. Now, the funny thing is the music for Odeo Town actually changes. Like, the very first time you load up the game, it has a very fun, like, cutesy motif of the Mystical Ninja theme. But once you leave Odeo Town, come back in, it then switches to this music, and then this is the track that plays throughout the rest of the game. So yeah, it's a very traditional town theme. It gets the feelings of starting a journey off in like feudal Japan. It's more of a town theme. Like, the nice thing about Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon is all the town themes are different, all the field themes are different. Like, the game actually has a very robust soundtrack that doesn't really reuse a lot of tracks. Now, a lot of the town themes, some of the themes might reuse like the melody from the main game, because a lot of games will do that. Take the main theme of the game and like mix into different melodies. For me, Odeo Town is very memorable. It's a very good starting off city. I definitely would like it does not belong in A. I would probably put this at a good B personally for me. I enjoy listening to this track. It brings a lot of nostalgia. It's probably my second. Actually, now thinking about it, yeah. See, it's my third favorite of the town themes. It's not. It's my third favorite of the town themes. One of the town themes I definitely would rank above this, and one of the town themes is just beautiful to listen to, and I already know which one that's going to go into. But my question for you guys is this for our next track. What do you do when you get stumped? Who do you see? Who do you seek help from? There is only one person in this entire world that can help you when you get stuck. Yes, Ghostbusters. We're going to fly from Japan to New York City to meet the Ghostbusters. I'm almost positive there's a Ghostbusters reference in one of the games with how much like culture, like pop culture and parody content Goemon does. No. We are going to investigate the mysteries of the secret of Old Man Plasma. I'm ready. Keep in mind, you're lost. You go inside because they're like, oh, go talk to the fortune teller. And out of nowhere, the statues come to life and they're like seductively dancing to this beat. While a naked man on top of a scarecrow rides into the room wearing nothing but a hood and a fudoshi to tell you your fortune. While shouting, Plasma! Oh my gosh. This is hard. I want to put this in S. I want to put this in S, but then I have to sit back and tell myself, if I was listening to this and not shouting plasma at the top of my lungs, would I still put it in S? And honestly, I think I would put it in A. It's right there, though. It's right there between. It's a high A, low S. It's a high A, low S for me. Like, it doesn't top into S, personally. It's so close. It's so close. And I have to give my main man, Plasma, the respect he deserves. But yeah, I personally don't think I could put this higher than A. I really don't. I love the beat. I love the feelings. And it's just... Plasma is so iconic for the N64 games that, like, I have to give Plasma the respect it deserves. The next one's gonna be okay. Probably going to, like, we're coming across like one of my non-impressive tracks in the game. Me personally, this is the track that plays after you get across the moat in Odeo Town using the chain pipe. And you're starting to make your way up to Odeo Castle for the first proper dungeon of the game. So the official track is known as Wait a Sec, I'm Coming, also known as Odeo Castle Infiltration. And it's not really much of an infiltration, you're just running up a hill. Yeah, like that's it. It's I'm actually happy that they actually made a unique track for like the walkway up to Odeo Castle instead of just using the Odeo Village theme. But it's a good backbeat. I like the on like the hi-hat, and also like the funky, the wow 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 on like the funky bass. I love it. I love it. It's cute. It's fun. It doesn't really do much for me, and it's going to be our first D on the list. It does sound like a menu theme, like if you like press pause in like an action fighting game. Like it almost kind of reminds me of like that sick backbeat from like Battletoads, if you will. It was more of like a funky groove in a way. I don't know. It pales in comparison to the rest of the soundtrack for me personally, and anytime I hear this, I just kind of skip it because it's just, I don't want to listen to it. Not that it's bad, it's just, it's a very skippable song, and it's my first D on the list. But you make your way up to the top of the steps. Odeo Castle is right in front of you. After we watch the Peach Mountain Shoguns blast the castle with their instant stage beam, transforming it into a weird mixture of Eastern and Western castles and stuff. And so we have to go inside to find and save Princess Yuki. And the only way to do that is to storm the gates and go inside of Odeo Castle as we go into Rescue the Feudal Lord, remodeled Odeo Castle. First dungeon. Really do love the use of like traditional Japanese instruments in this. Like the shamisen track in the background goes so hard, and I love it. And then of course we get to like the halfway point in the song, and the shamisen just continues to get even like more hard as we go through it. Yeah, now we have like the introduction of like more like traditional like Western style like percussion set in the background as we get to like the halfway part, and like the point is every dungeon the music evolves as you go through it. And like the evolve form of this introduces more like bass guitars and actual like a standard like drum kit in the background. And I really enjoy it because you go from like the more like traditional Japanese sounds and musics, and you splice that with some like Western influences, which is a really good like kind of modification of the castle itself at this point in time. So yeah, I think that works incredibly well as the very first dungeon of the game. I would put this as a solid A. There are other castles that will be coming up too that I know for a fact will be an S, but I think for the very first dungeon, I think it's a solid A in my opinion. So, I mean, so not really a rescue theme, Jetstream, but this is the song you hear for your entire first dungeon. So think about listening to that song for maybe about 15, 20-ish minutes, depending on like how long it might take you to clear like a Zelda style dungeon. So, you know, finding keys, opening doors. There's no weapons inside this one, but other castles and dungeons will have weapons inside that you need to progress. This one is just pure, just point A to point B. So you conquer the dungeon, and then you meet the... That's what I thought was going to happen. Then you meet up with the very first, really like, fiend of the Peach Mountain Shoguns, that goes by the name of Baron. He's the first of 4, known as the Gang of 4. And they don't like your presence, and Goemon and Co. tend to call them weird, and they really hate being called weird. Not that their theme really does them any diligence for the weird department, so we're now going to listen to the theme of the Gang of 4, known as Voluptuous Cauliflower. Yeah, that's the track name.
Ooh.
Yeah, you know, whenever this theme comes on, you're going to be meeting one of the weirdos, and normally the laugh track would probably be in the background, but you also knew you were about to either go against a like a boss fight or going a cutscene to like your next impact fight. So it really kind of sets the stage for like your bosses in a sense whenever you meet these guys. And honestly, I was about to say that, Wendy. It does. I hear a very like 1960s spy-esque thing going on in the background for it. It sounds like something that would be out of like No One Lives Forever. Now, I like the theme. I think it fits for the Flake Gang very well. It's a solid B in my eye, just because I like the funky bass and I like the spy undertones of it. It's a very weird song for a very weird group of people, and it fits, and I love it. But you get past him, he mentions, you know, great stage beam and all this other fun stuff, and now we're going to be whisking our way into the very first boss fight of the game against a giant mechanical stone face known as Congo. The track is known as I'm Warning You, You'll Get Burnt, because it's a giant face that sits on a pedestal and it breathes fire and it shoots laser beams from the base of the statue. And then, yeah, basically just loops from here. So, yeah, this is the Congo fight. It's one of the more elongated fights of the game because you don't get, like, an actual health meter like you do for the rest of the bosses. And then you're kind of sitting there just walloping on his chin that has a giant, you know, fuck me here light on it until you just destroy it. So, I don't know. It's a very tedious fight because eventually when the lasers turn on, he starts spinning around. But it is very much a boss fight theme. And then, like, it's only for Congo because both Drahalino and the Festival Spirit Ghost boss use an entirely different boss theme that I think honestly works better in the world of Mystical Ninja than the Congo theme. I don't know. I think it's a serviceable boss theme. But it's weird that it's a one-off and not used throughout the entire game, because I think the actual, like, boss theme that's then used for, like, the next 2 main bosses hits harder than this one, for me personally. I don't even know why we're including this one in, but it's a jingle. So here's a jingle whenever you get a very important item. So it's just easy victory. Get away. I like the added swing at the end of it, like you're lifting your item up and the light is like sparkling on it. but it's very much a victory theme. Yatta! And that, like, it's just, it's done. It's over with. It's. Oh, man. I feel bad putting it in D because I really do like the swing at the end, but it's. Yeah, it's one. It's done. It's done. It's dusted. So we got our pass in hand. We go through the world. We kind of hear the Kai Highway theme again. We climb a mountain. We watch Wiseman's house get blown up. Baron comes out of nowhere, mocks us, and says he's going to murder us with a giant mech. So Goemon picks up the giant conch. We summon Impact. We level a very nicely pleasant community in a valley. And then we are introduced to our very first giant robot. And I want to make sure I can... Yeah, because it's why am I blanking on the name of the robot fight? I'm gonna do new window. What is going on? Why is my keyboard not working? There we go. Ninja Staring Goemon. Robot boss list. Ah, right, that's it. The machine kabuki robot, Kashiwagi. So we're going to be listening to the first of the robot themes. The main robots that we fight in this game with Impact are Kashiwagi, which is the giant kabuki robot, followed by Taisamba 2, which is the giant mermaid boss fight. And then the final two Impact boss fights have their own unique themes because they're the final two bosses of the game. So we'll be listening to those when we get closer to the end of the soundtrack. But this is the main theme for giant boss battles, also known as Warriors. I do love when you are fighting the Kabuki robot. There's like a lot of like iconic like Kabuki sound effects. He actually does a whole like head turn, palm out, and then rushes at you with his palm open. Like there's like his final ultimate move is like a Sakura storm, where he summons like Sakura clones of himself to like attack you at once. And then Tai Samba is just a normal, like, underwater mermaid fight where you, like, start the battle above the sea and then he, like, summons a water tornado and, like, takes you down below. What if Goemon got an action platformer remix similar to FF7? God, if I could get it, I just want a new Goemon game. I would love a new Goemon game at this point, but, like, Konami's starting to remember shit now that we got the Goemon collection coming out in Japan only, so... Who knows? If that sells well, they might actually try, like, Goemon again in the future. I don't know. I've been telling people, like, if you want, like, your modern-day Goemon fix, there's a really good game on Switch and Steam that is... Why am I blanking on the name now? That's not good. Hang on, I gotta make sure spiritual successor. Bakaru. Yeah, Bakaru is a game by is done by the company that made like Yoshi's Woolly World, Yoshi's Epic Yarn, Kirby's Epic Yarn, and it has a lot of the core Goemon team on it. It is a very big spiritual successor to Goemon, and if you love the Goemon games, I would definitely recommend checking out Bakaru. It is fantastic. Well worth the money. What do I want more? New Goemon game or Mega Man Legends 3? That's not fair, Waldo. Really? You're gonna make me choose that? I would honestly say Mega Man Legends 3 because I want that story to finally be complete. Goemon has had so many games over the years that I can just go back to any one of them anytime I want. And every story is individual. Every story is complete. It's a full story, beginning to end with each game. Legends 2 ended on a cliffhanger. I want to see the completion of the Legends series, so I would still take a Legends 3 over a new Goemon game. Also, I'm personally going to put the giant robot fighting music here on the B tier. It's good. It's not A good. Like, honestly, I'd probably put it like high B, low A, but like not enough for me to push into the A list. It's something I would listen to. It's good. I like it. It's fun. Now we come to our next town theme. We just defeated the giant robot. And as we go to our next town, we meet up with Secret Agent Yai. She's amazing. She can turn into a mermaid. She's officially joining our team at this point. And we go into our next town known as Zazin Town, or as is known in the soundtrack, A Zen Spirit Burns Crimson. Yeah, so no, like you said, Waldo, liberal use of the shamisen. This is actually the first Goemon like song I want to learn on the shamisen. I don't know, I like it. The town is like in the state of twilight. The sun is setting. It's a very beautiful golden hue sky. A very deep, rich red is used throughout the entire town. This is also when you get the Bengil fight, where you throw like the Achilles item at him, and legend has been told it's been known as the Achilles heel for all eternity. And it's like, I don't think that's how that works, Chief. I don't know. I love this town theme. If I am at work and I need to just focus up while I'm like emails, or if I'm doing like end of day stuff to like make sure I'm all set up to go like report how the day went at the end of the night to like my members of management, I will put on like a 30-minute version of that and just zen. I love this theme. I really love this theme. To me, it's a solid A. It's cute. It's peaceful. It works very well for Zazin Town. And it's a bop. It is an honest bop, and I love how it is just. It's fun. It's fun. I love this theme. I love this theme a lot. Well, in order for us to make any progress, we have to kind of solve some mysteries around Japan, and the only way to do that is to go on the road to Yamato in order for us to make our way to the next section of the game. So, up next is a pink flower for your tabby. I don't know. This is a really fun field theme. It's the second main field theme of the game. Once again, set to that gorgeous sunset in the background. I like this track a lot. It's very comforting to me. It's a fun feel theme. It's a crying shame it's only used in the Yamato area, which is very small. It's just one map because this connects to the bamboo forest and a straight area that once you go in there, it's just silence because you just hear the waves crashing on the rocks as you make your way to the Odeo Tourist Agency to climb to the back of the dragon to actually like do your second, like to do like your first mini boss, if you will, to progress the story. It's a solid B for me. I like Kai Highway a little bit more because it's just that very first step into the world of Goemon. And it's because of that opening the doors first adventure feel to it that I like Kai Highway a little bit more than the Yamato theme. But within Yamato, we do get a chance to experience a very fun-filled bamboo forest, which is just, in the track, it's known as Ancient Bamboo, or Bamboo Thicket. Yeah. So yeah, it's ancient, it's mystical. I really do love the instrumentation in this track. And it really fits for this small, compact area of nothing but bamboo as far as the eye can see. I don't know, it's fun. I remember when I first was playing the game, I didn't really care for the soundtrack, but like as I've listened to it more and more over the years, it definitely hits the B territory for me. Just because I like the instrumentation, I love the tranquility of everything, and it really fits the atmosphere well. It used to be a song that I would skip, but now when it pops on, I do actively want to listen to it as a nice little change of pace from the rest of the soundtrack. I don't know. How about y'all? How do y'all feel about the Bamboo Thicket? Where'd y'all place it on the list? While y'all think about the music placement, Nurse says a B. B is good. Yeah, no, like I said, it's good. Nothing I would like place into like a playlist of like top Goemon themes or anything, but it's definitely something I like to listen to when I'm listening to the entire OST. It's definitely not something I immediately skip like these bottom ones right here, but so you, like I said, you go through the Bamboo Thicket, we make our way up to the Straits of Japan, and there's a weird little place on the top that needs our help because for some reason, the dragon that that the Odeo Tourist Agency uses to transport people throughout all of Japan has gone berserk and is not acting like their normal self. But of course, every good tourist area and, airport needs its own theme. Yeah, it's just it's a cutesy little like theme. It's only used in one area of the game that honestly you're only in here once. Because the second you do like you defeat them, you go on top of the dragon's back, you find the mind control device. The dragon that is known as Koryuta basically gives you like a whistle, and that is your quick travel between all the towns you visited, and going to the Odeo tourist area is like null and void. It's a solid C. I honestly could you could jack the sound system for the queue line at Soaring over in Epcot, and no one would think twice that this didn't belong in the Soaring queue. Like, you could be queuing up to ride Soarin' across, Soarin' around the world at Epcot, and it fits. So it's a solid C for me. Yeah, so we do that. We fight a really weird top spinning boss, and then we free the dragon, and then the dragon, also known as Koryuta, he has his own theme. And yeah, that's it's a small repeating theme. It's only used for the cutscene that Koryuta is introduced to, where he apologizes because he realized he was kidnapping kids and taking them to some weird place for the Peach Mountain Shoguns. It's a solid theme. I don't mind it. It's not my favorite theme in the game, but it's good. But you know, as soon as you're done, you turn around and you're then mated with the Stairs of Regret, which is the name of the next track, because you need to climb up these massive stairs to get to Cumbria Shrine, so you can actually get the ability to throw like Fire Ryu as Goemon. This legit might be one of my favorite map themes in the entire game. Like not dungeon themes, just overall like map themes of the game. Yeah, I love the Stairs of Regret. It's such a banger of a track as you're just listening to this really damn good looping music as you're climbing up these massive stairs, dodging boulders, defeating scarecrows, just getting like an item enhancement that's needed for like the next dungeon. It hits so hard. I love this theme. It is, like I said, it is easily one of my favorite map themes in the game, and it's an easy S tier for me. But yeah, so you do that. We now need to make our way over to the next castle, which is known as the Ghost Toy Castle. But in order to get there, we need to go through another beautiful sunset vista, as we go to Tosa, Road to Io. Yeah, if Stairs of Regret is my favorite map theme, I have to easily say that Sunset Want To or Tosa the Road to Iyo is probably my second favorite map theme in the game, and easily is a solid A for me. It's right up there with Kai Highway. It doesn't hit the great beats that like Stairs of Regret does, but it's such a fun map theme. The shamisen use of the I love hearing that in the background. It's fun. It's a bop. It really helps culminate like everything you've been doing on like this side of Japan as you're making your way trying to find the kidnapped kids to go into Ghost Toy. It's fun, and it lasts like at least like 2-ish maps, which is more than you get from like Yamato, unfortunately. So you get to listen to this track for a good little bit. I don't know, I love this track a lot. It's a solid A tier for me. And that leads us into our next castle, aka dungeon of the game. Childhood toy left behind. Childhood tie. Oh my god, I can read. Childhood toy behind you. Toy castle theme. So that is the first part of the song. That is what you listen to for like the first couple of rooms of the castle. But then when you move on, like once you hit a certain point, the music then shifts. And then when you get to the final section of the castle, it shifts one more time. So yeah, the evolution of the song from just like a very soft, jazzy, funky beat to then adding in like the synths, and then goes even harder on the synths with a reintroduction of like some classical instruments into it as well. I love the evolution of the track. It works very well for the dungeon itself, and it does have a very fun, funky-ish beat, kind of like what you mentioned, Mom, like Carnival Night or like Toe Jam and Earl vibes. Reminds me a little bit of like Hydro City, a little bit. It's a fantastic dungeon theme. It's a solid A rank for me. I think it's right there on pace with like Transformed Odeyo Castle. Yeah, it's just beautiful from beginning to end. And then we get to the boss, and it's a very different boss theme from what we were used to against Congo. So this is the Toy Castle boss theme, which is also used for the Festival Castle boss. So yeah, I think this track fits Goemon a lot better than the original Congo boss battle. This is more Goemon to me than Congo. It does sound a little bit like Brave Prince Musashi. It really does. It fits. It fits very well for the series. It's not an S tier for me. I would put it into the A tier personally. I think it's solid. I think it's a really, really solid. It's almost an S. It is almost an S, but not quite. But it fits so well for the series. And of course, you beat him, you get another miracle item, and then you get a hologram of the great Spring Breeze Danson as he mocks Goemon and calling him Fernando. So then, yeah, we get the Domineering March of Evil, which is basically Spring Breeze and, Spring Breeze Danson and Lily's theme for the Peach Mountain Shoguns. Just imagine evil maniacal laughter on top of this. Yeah, it is a villain theme. It is a villain theme. I honestly enjoy the theme of the Flat King better than the theme of the main two baddies. Right, awkward moment between two unorthodox henchmen, but that's supposed to be the main theme of like our main bad guys. I don't know. It's okay. It's decent. I'm not a fan of it personally. I once again, I personally prefer the theme of the Flat Gang. And of course we save the kids. We then go back to the farming village that the kids were from, and this is gonna be where is it? Farm Village legend of Ira Yachicha Village, or known as Folky Polk Village in the States. Yeah, I don't know what it is about this theme, but I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. When you like line this up to like all the other town themes in the game, it's just very, I don't know, it's lacking for me. It's I don't know. I'm not a fan of it. I never spend too long in like Folky Polk Village, both before the kids are kidnapped and like after the kids are returned. It's a village I just get in, get out of for transportation means. But then again, like once you have the dragon, you really never come here again, except if you're going for like all fortune cats. I don't know. It's my least favorite town in the game, and it's my least favorite village theme in the game. Could it be better? Could I mean, if y'all see it better, please tell me. But I don't know. It's a solid D for me. It's one I skip every time I listen to the soundtrack. It's I don't know. It's not for me. Because like as soon as we're done with this, we then like go back to Zazen Town, and then we do a couple of things, and we then go on to like the second to last field theme of the game, which is Udon Kotoro, or Baizen Road to Akiyoshidai. So yeah, that is the Bison theme. I like it a lot. It's a really fun theme for like this area of the game, especially when you like get into Bison proper. It looks like a village, and it's like still a weird area where you can get like ganked by enemies, and like there's some place you can visit in like the actual like area Bison. But I just love the theme that's played throughout this entire area. And I don't know if I want to put it at A or B, because ultimately I do like the Tosa theme a little bit more. And then we have to sit there and like actually re-rank everything. We'll get the initial stuff in first, and then we'll like recategorize everything going from like high to low B. So yeah, we'll do like high to low. We'll reorganize everything later, but I would definitely put like Bison like solid B tier. Solid B. Solid B. Solid B. B, 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 B. B, 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 B. B for Bison. B for Bison. This entire portion of the game, we're like collecting batteries to bring back our good friend, the Manamana. Yeah, great. Yeah, Mananan from King's Quest 3 makes an appearance in this game. Manananan. We're trying to get the batteries for the mechanical clockwork ninja, Sasuke. In order to do that, we need to gather them from the desert, but also the giant tree. So, track is known as God's Giant Tree at Izumo Shrine. Yeah, that's the big tree theme, and I'm probably gonna honestly put it in D tier. It's not bad, but it's not one of those tracks that I just skip when I listen to the soundtrack. I just think I think the soundtrack has better hitting themes than this one. Like, it fits the area. It's a giant tree you climb to find a battery, but that's really it. I don't have a huge desire to really explore this outside trying to find like the remaining like Fortune Cat dolls. It's just it's a theme. It is a theme, and that's really all I can say. Because second we get our batteries, we then move on to Battery of the Heart, which is Sasuke's theme. Oh yeah, no, like the Goemon games have fantastic soundtracks, which is why I really wanted to like put this to a tier list so I could like actually sit down and think about like what are my like actually like showcase the OST instead of just playing through the game, because I mean I play through the game, I play through this as much as I want to. Fuck, I want to speedrun this game. But I just also just like love the soundtrack a lot. I'm gonna probably put the theme at a B for me personally. It's definitely my favorite of the character themes. I love the tick-tocking in the background because, once again, he is a mechanical clockwork ninja that runs off of 2 large D batteries. So I do like the tick-tocking in the background that works to his clockwork character. The music box gives like that metallic tinginess of a robot. I don't know. It's a theme that fits him very well. And I love it. It's good. It's solid. I would not put it at like a C or a D, but I personally wouldn't put it as like an A. It's like a mid B for me. It's solid. It fits the character. It's great. So we take care of all that stuff, and then we get into our next dungeon, which is the Festival Castle, also known as Temple Castle. And I love how long of a song title this is. It's just use the ice kunai on the fox's fire, because you get the ice kunai for Sasuke in this castle, and you use it to freeze platforms on fire. And very similar to like Ghost Castle, you get to a certain point in the stage and the music changes. Yeah, so far, solid dungeon theme. But it's really the final music change that sells this for me. There is something about this song that I just love the evolution of it. It reminds me a lot of something I'd hear on like Rocket Robot on Wheels. Has a little bit of Pilot Wings in there. I just love the adding of the instruments as the tempo goes on and on, from like the subtle like backbeat to adding a little bit of sense, and then almost like the pipe organ at the end. I don't know. I love the evolution of the music in this, and it's just a very solid A for me. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of the dungeon themes are A tier. I personally believe the dungeon themes are some of the strongest music in the Goemon series, and like you really can hear it in Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon. But what happens if you die? What happens if we all meet our end and we lose our lives and we're forced to go to the game over screen with a bunch of buff, hula hooping onis in leopard print underwear. So that's the game over theme. It's an easy. Literally, it's the buff guy at the Honeybee Inn all over again. I don't know. It's a solid C for me. It's fun. It's cute. I personally like the game over music and Goemon's Great Adventure a little bit more, but it's fun. It definitely makes you do like a what the hell am I watching as you're watching these buff Oni just like flexing their muscles, and then when you hit try again, that's when the hula hoops descend. Yeah. But of course throughout the adventure we have to play mini games, and it's the mini game theme. I have nothing else to say about it. Everyone who has played this game remembers the strength training and throwing the boxes at the dome heads with the spikes to make sure the balloons don't pop, and that was a brick wall for everybody. So we're simply just going to move on to Stop Them Bonsai. Like, I want to put this on D with every fiber of my being because I hate that strength training minigame, but I have to think of it from a music standpoint, and honestly, it's a B. It's a really good minigame theme. It gets stuck in your head. You want something fun and catchy as you're doing the various minigames in this. It's a fun minigame theme. I got no complaints about it. It's not a track that I'll skip. And because I won't skip it, it definitely, like, does not deserve, like, the D fate. But yeah, so going from here, we move the thing, we go up to the frigid north of Japan to Festival Village. The melting snow goes along with the festival. This is probably my favorite village theme in the entire game. Yeah, I love this theme. It's set at night. It's a snow-covered town. There's the festival that's going on in it. The moon just kind of shines brightly. The music is just very unique and somber and beautiful and uplifting. I don't know. There's something about this theme that speaks to me, and it's easily my favorite out of all the town themes, more than Zazen Town, and it's a solid S for me personally. This is one I will, like, same thing, I'll put on, like, the theme for Zazen Town, but, like, when I put this one on, I don't know, I'm very chill, I'm relaxed, I'm reminded, I love listening to this Anytime I've gone to like GDQ and I've ridden like the bus from Pittsburgh's airport to the hotel, I've always had to put this song on at least once during my bus trips, because it fits, especially when the snow is falling or there's like fresh snow on the ground. I love this theme so much. Easy S for me. Easy S. But in order for us to continue our little trip throughout Japan, we need to go into the mountains to visit a witch so we can talk to the spirits of the dead to get more information from Wise Man. And the only way to do that is to go into the mountains of Mount Fear. It's also used on the shoreline of Japan, so this is known as the Deep Flickering White Shadow. White Shadow. Such a good snow theme. I don't know. This one's hard for me. I don't know if I'd put this in A or S. It's once again, it's very reminiscent of Kai and Tosa for me. But I don't know if I want to put it with the Stairs of Regret. This is the one field theme I knew I was going to struggle with. Like, it's either an A or an S for me. And I see Jetstream says A. Yeah, this when we go through and rearrange everything, where like this is high, like the left is high, the right is low. This will definitely be like up in the high A category for me, like not quite an S, but almost there. Then we get to, unfortunately, like a very meh track in my it's only used once, and it is inside of the Japan Sea. You teach Yai how to become a mermaid, so we can access the second to last castle of the game, which is the Gourmet Submarine Castle. But before we do that, we need to swim through the Sea of Japan. So it's simply known as Airy Mermaid, which the title fits the track, but it's... Here we go. So yeah, that is Airy Mermaid, Sea of Japan theme. It's a D. It's another track that I tend to skip when I'm listening through the OST from beginning to end. It works for an underwater theme, I guess, but I don't know. It's not my favorite track. It's one that I skip anytime I hear it. It's not high on the list for me, and it's a solid D for me. A Mega Man Battle Network music tier list. Man, if it took me hours just to source screenshots and like put everything in order for this, I can only imagine how much of an arduous task that would be for Battle Network. But that might be something we look into later down the line if we're looking for another chill, like, easygoing night. So we go underwater, we then get inside the gourmet submarine castle. This is honestly one of my favorite, this is like my favorite castle dungeon in the game, just because it's food themed. Like, you swim through bowls of ramen, you're going through like things of miso soup, you jump on top of giant things of sushi, yakitori skewers, burgers, french fries. It's just a giant gourmet castle, and it's usually the food-themed castles end up being some of my favorites because of how unique and fun they are from a level design standpoint. And I do love when the music shifts in the castle. So yeah, so the beginning is like we're infiltrating the submarine. The second part is we're a little bit further inside the submarine, like we're seeing a little bit more inside, and now we've reached like the heart of the submarine for like the final bit of track. Yeah, that's hot-blooded man submarine castle. It's a solid S for me. It's good from beginning to end. I can't stop bopping to it. I love the evolution of the music in this one more than Ghost Toy and Festival Temple Castle. It's a solid castle with a solid theme and a really awesome song. Absolutely love the song. Unfortunately, following this is like probably a very annoying side quest in order to unlock the final act of the game. Because we now have to go back to Zazen Town and we meet everyone's favorite Kappa, Kihachi. So we get Kihachi's theme, also known as Apparition in the Middle of the Lake. So yeah, that is Kihachi's theme. It's cute, it's fun. I love that little it fits for a Kappa. It's fun, it's whimsical. It's a solid B for me. It's a solid B for me. Yeah, the loop is a loop, but you're not really spending too much time talking to him. You just meet him, ask him for the miracle item. He's like, get me my cucumber. And it's like, what? You heard me. Get me my cucumber. So then you go on a quest to go find a cucumber, but it's a very specific cucumber that's only grown by a priest of a certain Shinto shrine, but he's not at the shrine at Zazen Town. So you go all the way to the Burning Mountain, have to learn the jetpack ability with Sasuke, which means you have to go back to Baizen, go to the high jump dojo, get the jet lag ability, go all the way back to the Burning Mountain to go over, to then purchase the cucumber for 880 Ryu, to then give it to the Kappa to get the final miracle item so we can go to space. It's not a fun side quest. It kind of ruins the pacing of like the end, like towards the end of the game. But it's all good because like it only goes up from there. Of course, we have to find a place to give the miracle item, so we go to the Stone Circle, which is over in the northern reaches of Japan. So it's going to be known as Holy Ground Pemo or Stone Circle. The one place where capitalism can't reach. Ice. Yeah, I like this track. Too bad this track doesn't really get a lot of... You don't really hear it a lot because you can go into the Stone Circle early, but like there's nothing to do here since you don't have all the miracle items, and like the stones don't even talk to you until you have all the miracle items. So you leave real quick without hearing the full track. And then even when you go back, you literally stand in the center. They tell you you're going to space. If you want to go, tell us now because there's no coming back. Like it's the point of no return of the game. It kind of sounds like something you'd find in like Chrono Trigger, honestly, which is a vibe. So it's definitely a low B for me, not quite a C, and definitely not a D. But then we get to like the final stages of the game, and I'm just gonna go ahead and put this right up here now, because we're gonna be listening to Kabuking, which is the first half of the musical castle. I'm putting it in S. I'm going to play it, and then I want someone to tell me if I am wrong or what you would put it, because I'm morbidly curious. This is probably one of my, like, the best dungeon theme in the game. Well, both musical castle first and second half are, like, fantastic, and they're both S tiers, but we'll listen to the first half. I love Kabuking so much. It is the strongest of the dungeon themes. Very fitting for the final dungeon, the first half of the final dungeon, mind you. The entire thing is like set up like you're on a giant kabuki theater stage, which is perfect for the Peach Mountain Valley Shoguns, who are all about like theatrical musicals and whatnot. So it kind of gives like homage to great kabuki theater, and that's very, very present with like the shamisen as the primary musical instrument for that stage. It's hard, it rocks, kicks so much ass, and it gets your blood pumping as you know you're like at the end of the game. Sorry, that's a solid S for me. I would love to know other people's opinions, because like honestly, this is one of my favorite tracks of the game, not counting like the lyrical songs. Because like as soon as you're done with this, we go to our final town theme. Then we go to the second half of the musical castle, which is completely different music, before we get to our final boss battles and then like the end credits. But I don't know. I think this is a very strong beginning for like the final dungeon theme. Because as soon as you're at this, we then go into the captured Shogun village, because the Peach Mountain Valley Shoguns like basically took an entire like part of Japan up into their spaceship, in which Omitsu was like kidnapped during this part. So we finally run into her and we find out that Wise Man's not actually dead. So yeah, he was actually out of his castle when it blew up, and he lost all of his card collection magazines. Lost all of his porno. Because they translated it to be card collection in the States to get around censorship. But yeah, so now we move into Shogun Street. So yeah, to me, it combines bits of like Zazen Town and Odeo Town. Once again, it's the same like theme as like the Mystical Ninja theme, but like at the same time, like it combines bits and pieces of the two sound stages. It's a solid B for me. To me, it doesn't hit like the highs that Zazen Town or Festival Village hit, but it's not one that feels like very tried and true like Odeo Village does. So I don't know. Shogun Town's a very solid B for me. But we get our final weapon upgrades. We then go storm the final part of the Peach Mountain Shogun's castle as we then go into Goe Spark, which I'm just going to go ahead and end S tier, because here we go. Like, it is just perfect because it's the heavy Western influences of like the Peach Mountain Valley Shoguns with a very hair slash heavy metal theme to it. It sounds like something that we'd find in like a Mega Man X game. I don't know, it's perfect as like the final dungeon of the game. Because the musical castle is split between the first half, you then go to Solgan Village, and then you do the second half, so you can finally meet up with Spring Breeze and Lily to, you know, finally finish them off once and for all. I love it. It's heavy metal. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. And then we move on to the final two impact bosses, which are also the final boss themes of the game. Starting off with Sleeping, Little Baby Sleepin', Balberia Battle.
Through fire, justice is served. Here's Lunar.
Oh, snap. Hang on tight. Music's going to be pausing. We're getting rated by Zeus Wants a Hug. Oh, I want a hug too. Hello, everyone from Zeus Wants a Hugs channel. Hello. Ah, Emerald. Hey, hon. How you doing tonight? I didn't do it this time. Hello, everybody from Zeus Wants a Hug stream. I'm Sef Highwind. I'm a silly, dorky little Arctic fox here on Twitch. Predominantly a variety stream where we play a lot of old and new video games. We just finished playing through Poppy Playtime Chapter 5, and we're going to be starting up on Wild Arms 3 in the future. I wanted to do a fun little, like, chill night as a little in-between the two games. In which we're listening through the Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon OST on the N64, and I'm going through and ranking this OST on a tier list because I really love this soundtrack, and I think more people should listen to the Goemon music. We're kind of towards the end of the OST, so as soon as we're done with this one, I'm going to take a break, and then we'll be moving on to listening to music from Goemon's Great Adventure and doing the exact same thing. So seriously, Zeus, thank you so much for the raid. Also, Halber, you like Chapter 5? I also really like Chapter 5. I had a really damn good time with Chapter 5. That's probably my second favorite chapter of the game. I'm still a massive fan of Chapter 3 because that introduced Catnap, and that's what got me into Poppy. But yeah, I really enjoyed Chapter 5. The prototype's full design was chef's kiss. Great having, great actually seeing Huggy Wuggy get like a proper boss fight instead of just a surprise, I'm chasing you at the end of Chapter 1. So like actually getting like a proper, like proper like Huggy encounter was really good for Chapter 5. I also really enjoyed Lily Lovebraid's section, and it was a, you know, basically an homage to Resident Evil 7. I don't know. I would consider that Huggy section as a boss fight because you're having to like manipulate. You know, you have to drag the batteries to open the door, so it's very much like an encounter, if you will. But it definitely kind of screamed like a puzzle boss to me personally. Yes, the Wrong Side Animals were cute. I definitely would have bought those if those came out of toys as a kid. I love the fact that they're like, yeah, we did product testing. You tested it on a bunch of parents, and I believe one of them was like, it's a thing of Satan, and it's going to teach demonism to our children. I'm like, damn, all right, well. Chose the wrong focus group there, Playtime. So, but yeah, welcome on in. We're like I said, we're towards the end of the soundtrack for Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon, so we'll be listening to like the final boss themes before we get to the silly end music, and then for some reason, the stage production that Spring Breeze dance in and Lily perform is like the last track on the list, even though it technically should have came before the Balbera fight, but it is what it is. Oh my god, yeah, Globy, real MVP of that game. All right, Zeus wants a hug. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm glad you had a good stream tonight. Have a great night. And also, Halber, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks to the follow, Scratch and Grounder will continue to disco dance the night away. For this one, you're fighting a giant peach with cannons and a giant laser beam. It fits for the kind of sort of final boss. It's got that like very bombastic undertones, but I think it's definitely one of the weaker final impact bosses in this series as a whole, so it's definitely on the C list for me. I definitely wouldn't put it at B, but I would not put it at D. I definitely think it's a solid C. And then from there, we then move on to the final boss, which is known in the soundtrack as Dark de Bad Na Easy Yo. Dark de Bad Not Easy Yo. It's the Deatol battle. Yeah, and it's just that for a loop. It's a D. It is the weakest boss fight track in the entire game, and honestly, the whole series for me personally. I've never been a fan of the Diatole boss music. I think it's an okay final boss. I definitely think the ending Duchaki fight in Goemon's Great Adventure when you're fighting like the god of death in a impact boss fight is a way more challenging final impact boss than Deatole is, but it's fine. It's not the greatest. It's just they're one of those tracks that I listen to, I skip. So we've saved the day. Everything is peaceful again, which is the name of the first part of the ending where we're celebrating our defeat of the Peach Mountain Shoguns. I don't know why the beginning of the song just reminds me of like Star Fox 64, where I'm just hearing General Pepper in like the background going, "Star Fox, we are in your debt. It would be my honor if you could join the Cornelian." So yeah, so you're seeing the part of Japan being restored, and at this point the gang has noticed like a group of ladies is running towards them. So Goemon and Abyssamaru are assuming they want their autographs and for everyone to start dating them. And then even Yai is like, there's something definitely wrong with those girls. I don't know quite what yet, but there's something off about them. It's a C. It's very like ending cutscene music. There's nothing special about it. It's something I don't often listen to. I might skip ahead just to, like, at least do the lead up into the final part of the ending, which is just called Such a Crazy. So yeah, it's revealed that all of these ladies were massive fans of Spring Breeze and Lily, and they're pissed at the main group for defeating and killing them. So they're gonna beat their asses into the ground. It's a very comedical like Goemon ending, which is perfect for the series. So honestly, I'd put the two endings together as like C tier. But then we get to the final credits music of the game, which is just so much fun. Oh, great. Now we got a cat in the lap. So yeah, that is the final credits, and it does some more stuff, but I'm just going to go and get to the ends. We get to the part that we all want to listen to. I love the fact that the ending is just plasma. You know, it's got a fun beachy theme. I really do love like the credits music. I love it when the Goemon games like remix this theme in different ways, since it's like introduction, and I want to say this was introduced in Ganbare Goemon 1. And the track is just, we did it. The sky is sunny, and so is Japan. I love it. It's a great ending credits theme. Easy S tier for me. And that leads us to our last lyrical performance, the gorgeous My Stage, sung by Spring Breeze, Danson, and Lily. This is when you think you're gonna fight like a normal boss at the end of the musical castle. The Flat Gang just tells you you're going to be in for a great performance, and Spring Breeze, we're going to turn you into one of our die-hard fans. So then they do this musical number before you do the final impact boss. It is such a fantastic what the fuck just happened moment in the game for a full-on musical number with like all of the Flake Gang dancing, Spring Breeze, Lily, and Danson and Lily just singing their song. That this is their number. They've got to have the grand number of all numbers to like really stick it to Goemon and the crew, so they become die-hard fans like the rest of the citizens they've kidnapped. I don't know. It's for the silliness alone and just it being a great music number, it's an easy S for me. It is an easy S. All right, now let's just quickly arbitrarily like do everything from like high to low. The D category. Honestly, we're going to leave it as is. For the C category, we're definitely going to put Balberta down towards the end. Oni can go a little bit high up. Congo can go towards the end as well. The Adeo Travel Agency can kind of stay where it is. I will put the endings up above it. So I think this is ultimately going to be what my C tier is going to look like. For my A tier, we are definitely going to put Bison up at the very top, followed by the Kappa's theme, then Yamato, followed by the boss theme, the main robot boss theme, then the Flake Gang, probably Sasuke's theme, Sogen Town, then the mini game, and then Bamboo Thicket, followed by Stone Circle. For the A's, Zazen Town, no. Plasma at the very top, followed by Transformed Odeo Castle, then Zazen Town, then Festival Castle. Yeah, then Mount Fear, followed by Kai, Tosa, Ghost, and the main boss theme. For the S tier, it's got to be Kobuya King first. Then the main theme of the game, Stairs of Regret, Impacto, Goe Goe Spark. And then I think I'm going to leave the rest as is. So cool. That is my ultimate tier list for the Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon OST. I'm actually really happy with how this list turned out. So, yeah, that's awesome. I'm happy I did this. Cool. I'm curious what you guys would have done differently than me. I'm definitely happy that people were definitely interjecting and telling where they would put the music on their own list. So I'm going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to do the exact same thing to Goemon's Great Adventure, and we're going to try to see if we can't squeeze everything in on the game, because that OST has a grand total of 69 tracks. We got this. We got this. Be right back, guys. Oh, that's the wrong screen. Try that again. All right, we are back, and this one might be a little bit more difficult because I have played the ever-living fuck out of Mystical Ninja Staring Goemon. I think I've only done like full playthroughs of Goemon's Great Adventure, like maybe 4 times. Well, I think I've done like at least like 10 to 12 playthroughs of Mystical Ninja. And it's mainly because Goemon's Great Adventure has such a sharp difficulty curve that is just ridiculous how difficult like the third world is in this game. Because instead of it being like a 3D action game, it goes back to the style of like Ganbare Goemon 2 and 4, where it's a side-scrolling like 2.5D game. But something I'm definitely excited to share with you guys is there are actually 2 cut songs from the US version of the game. We got the main theme Smile Again was cut out for some reason, as well as this game's version of the Impact theme was also cut for bizarre reasons, which still make 0 sense to me, but hey, that's what we're doing. So, up first is the main theme of the game, Smile Again. Yeah, I really enjoy Smile Again. It's a crying shame we never got this song in the US version of the game for some unknown reason. I still mystified as to why they cut out the opening. I have no idea why. It honestly, to me, if I had to like explain this to people, the main theme of The Legend of Mystical Ninja Staring Goemon is like the season 1 opening of an anime you love. While Smile Again is like that season 2 opening that is just as good, but doesn't hit the same heights as that season 1 opening did. It's a very anime season 2 opening for me. Is like the best way to describe Smile Again. I like it. It's not as iconic to me. But then again, that's also because I didn't grow up listening to this track like I did Gambare sa gambare. Like I love it. I do love it. Solid A. Not an S for me, but a solid A. Which is funny because once again, it's the same guy did both. The same singer who did Shala, Hey Shala, also did the music, the opening for Mystical Ninja Staring Goemon and Goemon's Great Adventure. So it's the same singer as the OG Dragon Ball opening. So that's the theme. We're now going to move on to White Blouse, which is the character selection when you start the game from the main menu, or when you're reloading a save, because you can, just like the other game, you can switch between characters. You can't do it on the fly like you could in Mystical Ninja. You have to find a specific character circle that teleports you to a tea house in another dimension, and that's where you change your characters. But we don't get the tea house theme. We just get the main menu character selection theme. So yeah. I like it. It's got a good beat to it. I feel like I would put this at a C tier. It's not like a D where I would never listen to it. It's one I need to be in the mood for. But for its point of being a character selection theme, it ain't bad. It ain't bad. But, you know, I don't know how to feel about this next one because it's very... It's short, but it's the next chapter. And we did it. We've introduced Area 1. Like, it's just... How do I even rank that? Because it's only 6 seconds in length. I feel like it's very similar to, like, the get item theme from the last game, where I hear it, it goes in through one ear and out the other. It doesn't do anything for me. It's just... It's there. It's just there. Oh, this might be the one that, like, I would disagree with people on this one, because I can see people throwing this in C, but for me, it's just a... Like, keep in mind, I love these soundtracks. So if I'm putting something in D, I'm not saying it's the worst track in existence. It's just one I just personally don't care for. Or something that I just listen to get through it, or I just skip it. I like it, but I'm not a fan of it. So, to go through the stages, you go through pretty much a map screen a la Super Mario World. Which the map screen for this game uses Kai Highway from Mystical Ninja, so... So yeah, it's Kai Highway. It's Kai Highway. I'm not going to put it as an A rank, just because I like how grandiose and welcoming Kai Highway is in Mystical Ninja. Because once again, that's your very first field theme. That gives you some with the dun 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 dun, and then it goes into the doop 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 doop. So it's you opening the doors into this brand new world of Japan. And a lot of times people, you know, everyone's first time seeing Goemon in 3D, traveling through Japan and not just like Odeo Town. So it's that big hit moment that's really impactful for me that I just don't get as the map theme for this game. I still love the track, but I think I prefer it as the field theme and not a map theme for me personally. So now we go to stage 1 of Odeo, which is known as Lost in Highway. Track name is Taking Care of Horses. It's the horsey song. So yeah, that's the very first stage of the game. So we go from Wiseman's house, and this is your first proper introduction to the game. I'm going to put it as a B. It's a catchy song. I like it. I'm really going to be surprised if I can find some like actual stage themes that get up to A tier. I already know for a fact a lot of the dungeon themes are going to be S tier. Especially like the first two dungeon themes are very easy S's. But I'm curious to see where the stages are going to go. So, cool thing from Goemon's Great Adventure is it introduces a day-night system where during the day you're fighting a lot of your standard enemies, but at night is when you get a lot of ghosts. Ghosts and yokai, because the entire idea is that Ibisamaru, who was the main villain of the third Super Nintendo game, she somehow comes back to life and steals Wise Man's like ghost summoning machine. Yeah, she comes back to life on accident because they actually summon her. So she steals the machine to like revive like this grand dead devil named like Dahachi. So it's very much like a ghost and like yokai type story. So every world is going to have its own unique night theme. So we're going to be going into nighttime in Edo, known as Getting Wet from the Dew. Yeah, I'm putting this in D. This is not one of my favorite night themes in the game. It's something I just skip. Not all of the night themes are honestly all that great. It kind of almost suffers like that Sonic CD issue where like a lot of like some of the other music from like the past and future doesn't really hold a candle to like the normal or like good future aspects. But I'm not a fan of a lot of the night themes in this game, but I really do think that as a first one to really introduce you to the concept of night, it doesn't really do a satisfying job personally. So it's a very easy just D tier. And of course, if you beat a stage and you get an item, which in this game you basically get like passes, which is the equivalent of like think stars from Super Mario 64. You need to get a certain amount of passes in order to get past the gatekeepers to get into the dungeons proper. So whenever you beat a stage or you get a pass or you get an item, you're going to hear this theme. So yeah, similar to before, it's D. It's one, it's over, it's dusted. I like the swing. I really, really, really like the swing at the end. But yeah. I'm sorry. If I put it as D in Mystical Ninja, it's going to be a D again here for Goemon's Great Adventure. Let's be real about this. And then we get to our very first town, which is like Odeo Town, but it's also known as Lost in Town in the game. I really do enjoy the name of the track on the OST. It's called Even Dogs Get Lost Walking in This Town. I think it was the very first town you explore. I'm gonna put it as a C. Kind of similar like Odeo Town. Like, it's a good, like, first town starting. But I think some of the other town themes in the game are just better. I think in all of, like, my video games I played, I don't think I'd put, like, a single starting town theme in anything higher than... Okay, no, that's a lie. This would piss people off, but I would probably have to say, like, the starting town theme from Wild Arms 2 would have to be an S for me. And I'm only saying that because it's just iconic for me and the channel, unfortunately. Because I know I pissed everybody off with the, this is a town. So yeah, the town theme from Wild Arms 2 would probably be a solid S for me. Oh, man. Seth versus his viewers. Town Themes Edition. Anyway. We go into town, we go to the tea house, and we meet our good friend Sasuke, who has some very troubling information about to us that seems to be wrong with Impact and the world in general. Unfortunately, I think I would still put, like, Sasuke's theme as a B. Actually, no, I'm going to put it as a C. And my reasoning for it is it just doesn't fit the character. The, it has, like, that, I don't know, like, the music and the instruments sound like something spy-esque, which fits Yae better because she is a secret agent for the Japanese government. Like, Yae is basically female James Bond for the Japanese government in the Goemon games. And the melody used in this one, I feel like it fits Yae better than it does Sasuke. It's a good theme, but it doesn't fit my Clockwork Ninja. I much prefer his theme in Mystical Ninja Staring Goemon because of the melody, the background ticking sounds like his mechanical heart going tick-tock, tick-tock. There's just a way better theme than this one, personally. Now we get to move on to a very funky track because we got one of the main mascots from Beatmania in this, and he gives out a quest, because you can do side quests for characters inside the villages in order to get passes to advance the game. I love the track is called Man This Sucks, and then in parentheses is I want Beatmania. As much as I love this being like a Beatmania character, I have to put it in D. It's my same issue with like leading up to Odeo Castle. It's got a good beat. And that's really about it. It's not very memorable for me. And I would figure with like a reference to Beatmania, which at the time was the biggest grossing arcade rhythm game that Konami had put out, which even managed to beat out DDR during its main release. You would do something a bit more Beatmania-esque, if you will, than just a solid backbeat. I don't know. It doesn't fit the character, and it's just kind of forgettable for me personally. I don't know how others feel about it. Once again, please chime in the chat. Tell me what you think of these. I would love to hear y'all's opinions on the music. So, from Lost in Town, we can then choose 2 different stages to go to. We're going to be listening to the next stage is known as Dig-a-Dug Gold Mine, also known as Sweet Tasty Delicious Water. Man, the names in this OST are random, and I kind of am all for it. I'd probably put this up at B tier as well. It's a solid introductory, like it's a solid World 1 music. I got no complaints about it. It's fun to listen to. It's exciting. It fits the stage. It's fun. Like, I really don't see a lot of, like I said, the stage music's really dipping anything below B except for some of the nighttime stuff, but it's a solid stage. And it also has our very first mini-boss fight, which is against a giant skeleton yokai. And in the OST, it calls it Don't Be Hit by the Bones, also known as, I'm going to butcher this name, Gasado Kuro? Gasado Kuro? The Gasado Kuro fight. You know, for a mini-boss theme, it goes hard as hell, and I think that's why I'm going to put it in A tier. It goes way harder than a mini-boss track should. I mean, also, it's the fact that when you're fighting this giant skeleton, like, no matter what time of day it is, it just gets dark, a thunderstorm rolls in, so you're fighting this giant skeleton on a bridge while it's, like, raining and lightning, and dude's breathing fire. It gets you going, and honestly, the mini-boss theme fits that. Now, the next track in the game it's called Let's Try the Next One, or the Mud Trotter Killing, which is named after the side quest known as just the Mud Trotter side quest. But this is going to be your basic generic theme for your side questing that you do in the game. I think I'd put that in C. It's good side questing music. It does what it needs to do. It doesn't overstay its welcome, which is nice, but it's just, you know, it's kind of there. It's, I don't know. I don't, it's one of those tracks that, like, I skip it sometimes, but not all the time. Like I would some of the tracks down here at D. But it nearly hasn't happened. So I would definitely put this as like a low C, high D, but definitely stays in the C category. Then from there, we go into, honestly, one of my favorite stages from the Edo area, which is Ring Bell Pass. The alarm bell of mankind. Yeah, no, I like that one. I like that theme a lot. It has like the best bits of like Tosa and Yamato from Mystical Ninja Staring Goemon wrapped into like a very solid stage with some fun platforming elements in it as well. But like, I like that one. That's probably like the best stage theme, not counting the dungeon from Odeo. Now, if you happen to be at a stage a second time, you get a different jingle altogether, which is a remix of the stage clear jingle from Ganbare Goemon 2 on the Super Nintendo. I'm just going to put it honestly, just here on D tier as well. It's just, yeah. It's done. It's quick. It's not that I'm not a fan of the quick tracks. It's just they don't stand out to me. I like the fact that it's a reference to Ganbare Goemon 2, but that's really all it's got going for it. The next track is a pass is necessary at the barrier station. So every time before you can even go into the castle to beat the world, you have to go through this very small screen, talk to the guards, and figure out how many passes you need to get into the dungeon for the world. So this is the music you hear when you're approaching the barrier guards. So yeah, it's imposing, it's semi-threatening. When you hear the music, you're just kind of like anticipating, wanting to know what that next cost of entry to move on to the next world is going to be. Does its job well. I love that the environment changes with every single thing you go through. It shares the track throughout all the worlds, but I think it's a solid C. It's a solid C. It does its job. It gets you where you need to go. Not one I'd listen to on repeat, but I do like hearing it every now and then. From that, with Odeo specifically, we now go into the cutscene where we're seeing Impact beating the ever-living shit out of Odeo Castle because he is under some kind of mind control. yeah, like this part of the music is like the gang trying to figure out like what the best plan of attack is. Like how are they gonna like get it to the top of Impact to stop him from like destroying the castle. I think from like a thematic standpoint, I'm putting it at C. It's really striking watching Odeyo Castle burn as you're watching Impact just start slamming and firing its like nose bullets at the castle. And the fact that you sit there going, I'm going to have to find a way to stop him, aren't I? Awesome. Like it kind of sets the tone for what is one hell of a first dungeon, but also one hell of a first dungeon track as we go into Burning My Soul, Flaming Odeyo Castle. And yeah, it repeats from there. I love this theme. I love this theme so much. It is a strong start to the dungeons of Goemon's Great Adventure. I just want to go and like skip to the end of the song because the ending switches to this when you're on like your final set of rooms leading up to Impact's head. So yeah, you get like the solid Scheisman just going in the background. You get the audible clicks of the wooden blocks that they use in like Kabuki theater. I love the use of Japanese instrumentation in like Burning Odeyo Castle. It's easily my favorite dungeon theme in the game, but it's a solid S tier for me personally. It is perfection. And I'm very happy to say like the dungeon themes only go harder from here. So we're in for a treat when we get to some of the other dungeon musics in the game, but I'm letting you know right now, the good chunk of the dungeon themes are S tiers for me personally. But as soon as we're done, we then move on to the Aloof Soldier, which this is the theme that plays for all of the standard boss fights of the game. And of course, anytime I hear this music, I just also, because while you're fighting this giant sushi tower for the first boss, there's also times that he'll try to have like Impact like squish you with his ball hands, and I just hear the oh as he like slams the hand down on you. It's a solid boss theme. It's right. I think does a better job at feeling like a Goemon boss theme than the secondary boss themes that are utilized in Mystical Ninja Staring Goemon. It hits, it's great, it's upbeat, has a great tempo, and it just works for all of your standard boss fights, from the Sushi Tower to Saibushi 3 to Kabuki 64, which is a nice like throwback to like the other Kabuki boss fights in the SNES games, which is awesome. I love this boss battle theme. It's a solid boss theme. But you defeat the giant sushi boss, and lo and behold, inside of it was a trapped Onitsha. So yeah, it is very classic Odeo Town. It's very Onitsu. It fits her well. It has her bubbly, cutesy personality with it, her softness. It fits her as a character, especially as like a tea house servant. I love it. It fits her. It's perfect. Solid B for me. Followed by the theme of, I keep thinking that, if I remember correctly, I do believe Wise Man is known as Mr. Know-It-All in Japan. I think that was also the translation that was used for him in Europe. But now we move on to the theme of Wise Man. So yeah, that's a Wise Man's theme. It works. It fits for the old man. It's not my favorite of the character themes in the game. I wish it was a bit more aloof in a way, because Wise Man, despite him being a very knowledgeable old man, he's also pervy as fuck. He's a very pervy individual, and I think having like some type of like motifs thrown in there that kind of like show that side of him would have done him better as a character. So it's a solid C for me. And then from there, we move on to the Cut Impact theme for the US, which I still don't understand why we lost it, because it's the same theme, just changed slightly differently from the previous game. So I don't know why we don't have Impactol in the US version of the game. Blows my mind, but here we go. I love the fact that it's also a continuation from the previous Impact theme. It's great. I have no idea why this was cut. I have no idea why they cut this from the American release. It blows my mind. Because you also get the entire transformation of Mrs. Impact from her flying form into her robot form, with like Goemon sitting in the seat, and like it's a great cutscene. I'm just, why was this removed? I don't know why. I just blah. And of course, with any Impact theme, that now means we are now moving on to our Impact boss music, which is simply known as He Is Big, Way Too Big. Yeah, dare I say, I actually enjoy this more than the Mystical Ninja boss battle theme. I actually kind of prefer this over the Impact boss battle theme from Mystical Ninja. I don't know, it fits. It fits the theme of three giant robots fighting, because the cool thing about the fights in this game is you can freely switch between Impact and Miss Impact by throwing a baton at one another. And it's actually, there's some really fun moments in these boss fights where there are unavoidable attacks that the only way to avoid them is to do a baton toss over to your other Impact, so it cancels out the move, so you can then start getting hits on them again. I really enjoy the Impact boss battles in Goemon's Great Adventure. They're definitely a massive step up from Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon, and I feel the exact same way about the music itself for the Impact bosses. But with the first one, you're going against Abysamaru's giant mech. So whenever you defeat her, of course, she's not defeated forever. She has to come and taunt you. So this is basically her taunting us in her little, like, what honestly looks like a rice pot. Yeah, for the evil nun from the future, it fits her well. It fits her so well. It's one of my, it's a really good villain theme. It's not A tier for me personally, but it's a solid B, and it fits her better than the theme they used for the Peach Mountain Shoguns in the previous game. So yeah, I love Bismaru's Bismaru's theme for the game. It's perfect. It fits her. It's great. And now we move on to what's probably another D or C tier track. This is when you like actually clear an area, which is simply just known as, yes, we did it. Je t'aime. Random French. All right. Yeah. It's just going right back there. It's good. It's good. It's not bad. It's not great. It's just it's very much farty okay from freaking Rhythm Heaven. That's the best way to describe the track for me. It gets the job done. But from here, we now go to the island on top of a turtle's back, which is Ryugu Island. So we have a lot of like water stages ahead of us. So we're going on to the very first stage of World 2, which is known as Kappa Highway. Yeah, no, that's a solid A. It's a really great introductory theme to Ryugu Island. It's fun, it's whimsical. It's just, there's stuff to do and there's things to see, which is great. And then we move on to stage 2, which is Frog Mountain. Yeah, no. Frog Mountain, that's an S tier for me. That's an easy S. That actually might be one of the best so far. Like this is honestly my first time in a while like re-listening to the entire OST that's not just been the dungeon themes. That might be one of my favorite like stage themes in the game so far. That's fun. That's upbeat. That gets you going. That's just fun. That's a really fun theme. Also, welcome back, Halber. Halber. Ooh, burger and fries. Yum. All the music we're listening to now is going to be from Goemon's Great Adventure. It was the sequel to Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon on the N64. So this is a Goemon music night. So this is Goemon's Great Adventure. This is the second stage from World 2 of the game. Which now we're about to listen to the nighttime theme for Ryugu, which is Frogs and Frogs Again. I think. Hold on. I want to listen to the goat again. I might actually put this as a C, just for the beginning. I don't know. I like this one a lot more than the first one. I love the taiko drums in the background. It feels more yokai-esque than this one did. This one was just, ooh, super spoopy, Scooby-Doo. This one is more like actual like yokai. Yeah, yokai feeling. I love the taiko drums in the background. And yes, it is an expensive game. It's a game I'm very happy I still have my cartridge for. Because yeah, it's a good game. Just did not get that many copies in the US because yeah. Damn, that's expensive. All right, so we've gone from that, and now we go to the coastal town of Otohime on the turtle's back. That's hard. I can't figure out if I want this to be C or B. Kind of want to put that in B because I think this fits a coastal town theme better than the Lost in Town theme. Like, it uses the same like musical motif, but I think the coastal vibes it's going for fits the town a little bit better than Lost in Town did, but not by much. But it's all good because from here, we actually now get to go to Yai's appearance and Yai's theme for the game. Yeah, no, I'm gonna. They should have swapped the themes. This sounds more like Sasuke than it does Yai. If they would have swapped the themes around, where Sasuke's theme was Yai's theme and Yai's theme was Sasuke's theme, they both would have been a B. But these don't really fit the characters. This is definitely more like Sasuke as a clockwork ninja and him being a bit of the more, I dare say, of like the group. Yeah, no, this doesn't fit Yai. Huh. Weird. The tier list is me ranking all of the music from Goemon's Great Adventure. We're almost halfway through the soundtrack. So I'm basically just ranking the soundtrack music according to like my personal preference, my feeling, and how it actually goes with the music. We did all of this with Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon, so we did the entire OST for that game and got this. And now we're slowly going. I already know what the next track is going to be. Where do we put him? A tier? All right, well, the next one's going to be A tier more than likely. Because also with us going to Otohime Town means we finally get a chance to meet up with our good friend, the Fortune Teller. Yes, more robots gyrating their hips while a mostly naked man wearing only a fudoshi and a hood swings on a pendulum, and this music's playing in the background. It's Plasma! So I have to give it, it's an A rank. It's an A rank right then and there. In game, he's actually useful because he tells you what you are missing in terms of passes. So it's a really good way to, like, in case you're missing passes or not sure what to do to find more, you can talk to Plasma and he'll give you a hint on like where you should be going or looking out for your next one. Yeah, we go from that, and now we are going to Ibisumaru's rival of Obisimaru. For the Obisimaru race, and this is how you actually get your megaphone that lets Ibisumaru's voice like turn into stone that you can use for like footholds and stuff. Yeah, between the two of these guys, I would say it definitely belongs in honestly, A tier. It's fun, it's frantic, it fits the two of these characters very well as they're racing each other. All for a pass. It's good, it's fun, it's frantic. I like it, it's fun. We go from that into More Than Love for Naruto Highway. Yeah, I definitely say this is probably the weakest of the Ryugu stages, and it's okay. Like, there's a giant lake you can use Yai or Sasuke, because you can actually give him like the ability to swim underwater in this game, to kind of explore more of the stage. But the above ground portions, it fits. What the stage for me personally really introduces you to is the really good underwater theme for these stages. Yeah, so for an underwater theme, it's really damn good. Like, that is a solid A for me, personally. I love going underwater in these games. Yeah, Yai is a pain in the ass control, which is why I usually use, like, Sasuke, but I don't know. The underwater theme fits very well for this. I kind of wish the Sea of Japan had, like, a more of a funky, fresh theme to it than what we got with, like, Airy Mermaid, especially going into, like, the gourmet submarine castle from the previous game. But no, solid theme. But now we're coming to, honestly, another solid S for me as we go into the Ryugu Castle theme, also known as At the Ryugu, Daily Life on Turtleback. Yeah, no, it's hyped. It's hyped from beginning to end. This is, to me, this is like the best dungeon theme in the entire game. As much as I thoroughly enjoy burning my soul for the flaming Adeo Castle, just life at the Ryugu, Daily Life on Turtleback is just that much better. They're two solid dungeon themes. Easily both like the easiest S tiers I can rank in this game, but it is, oh man, there is something about that melody and that beat that just, oh, it's so good. Which is great because we go from like super hype to like now we get to something really deep, dark, and creepy as we make our way to Mafu Island, which is definitely like rivers and lakes of blood, more demons than what we're used to. This is definitely like a yokai island. And it's a very dark and creepy island. So we're going off into the electromotive hell for Kokeshe Road. Yeah, no, it's solid. It's a solid track. I'm definitely gonna probably put it at like B tier. I might change this as we listen to more of the Mafu Island tracks. Because now we get to go into Welcome to the Nightclub, which is night on Mafu Island. And I can't remember if this is actually a decent night theme or not. Yeah, once again, I'm reminded I'm not a fan of the night themes in this game, which is kind of a shame because, yeah, you will be spending a lot of time at night because there's a lot of times you'll be midway through the stage and the daytime changes because you couldn't get through the stage fast enough. Because, like, time carries between stages. It's not like you start a brand new stage and you're back in daytime. Like, whatever time of day you left off at happens. And you even have to do like day and time manipulation for the towns because there are some side quests that will only show up at night. So that's a little disappointing. So this means we'll go next to Maneater Road. Yeah, no, solid stage theme. It's so far it's a top contender for Mafu Island. I definitely like that more than the first stage of Kokeshe Road, but you know what? That's solid because now we're gonna go on to Pochen Lake. Yeah, no, that's a D for me. That's a track I would skip. I don't know, it's just it fits the dark and creepy atmosphere, but it's nothing really more than just a background track that you just I don't know. I really wouldn't want to like listen to it a whole lot. It's kind of one of those things like I'd listen to it once and go, "Okay, that's great," and then just kind of skip it again as like I were to re-listen to the OST. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that one. Really not a fan. But then we gotta, we'll then move on to our next village theme, which is Suspicious Figure for Spook Village, because it's a spooky village on a spooky island. I like that. It's dark, it's oppressive, it's definitely spooky, perfect for this hellhole of an island. It fits. I really do enjoy the theme for Spook Village. That's a solid village track. I like this one a lot. So now we're coming up to our final non-dungeon stage of Mafu Island, which is Graveyard Pass. And I'm really hoping this one could be the clinch that we need to pick us up from that last stage theme. That's funk. That's a fun, funky sound to it. I like that a lot. Oh, that's a solid A. It's not quite an S, but it's almost there for me. That's a solid A rank. That's a really good way to end a island before we get to the main castle theme. No, I love the funkiness of that. It's fun. It's a bop. It is a solid bop, which means we move on to our next castle theme, which is Mafu Castle. I'm gonna put it in A. It's gonna be a high A. It's not quite S yet, but it's there. It's right there. It doesn't have the same feeling for me as Ryugu Castle and Flaming Odeo Castle, but it's close. It's really, really close. I love the track. It's a good way to wrap up Mafu Island. But it's not quite up there with these other two for me personally. And now we're moving on to the theme of the main big guy that Basumaru is trying to summon, which is Dochuki. So this is Dochuki's theme, aka it's Saki. Why is it Saki? What? It's evil. It's regal. It sounds like a theme for Eggman. I would put this as a B. I would put this as a high B, low A. And I'm loving the fact that like the side characters are having the better theme representation than like the main characters so far, which says a lot. But I really do like Dochuki's theme. Now, you die. It happens a lot in this game, especially on Mafu Island. So because of that, you're going to be very familiar with the Game Over theme, once again featuring a buff Oni flexing with a leopard speedo and eventually hula hooping as we get to the main Game Over theme of Oni 127%. I think this is a way better game over theme than the Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon. Yes, it uses the same theme, but the high octane intensity of it, it also sounds like it belongs in 2Dex or DDR, which is also fantastic for me. I also love the voice lines in the very beginning. This is a whimsical and a really great game over screen, and I love it. This is an easy S tier for me because it doesn't need to go that hard, and it does. And then when you add on the image of a buff Oni and a leopard Speedo hula hooping with this song, yeah, it's just perfection in my eyes. 100% perfection. So yeah, so we go from the spoopiness of Mafu Island. We're now going into the underworld to find the demons, the ghost summoning machine, which has been taken to the underworld, and we're gonna get our start in the underworld with Kaware Road, or Please Come and Grow. The underworld is very heavily foresty, so yeah, we'll hopefully get some nice little forest jaunts as we're here. Yeah, no, that's solid. That's a really great way to start off a world. I love it. It's quick. It's beautiful. Sets up the stage very well. Just makes you feel good as we're moving on throughout the entire world. So we'll be going on to that, to Mokeke Forest, also known as Torokon is my neighbor. Oh, so good. Oh my gosh, that you know, it's an S for me just because it fits a underground forested underworld fantastically. It's solemn, it's mystical. You have the taiko drums in the background. It's tranquil. It's something I want to find an extended mix of and just veg out to it one night. I like that theme a lot. I really, really enjoyed that theme. I'm very happy to see like the second and fourth world getting representation of stage themes up here in S rank. That's not just dungeon themes and other stuff. Now, I don't remember, but I'm kind of curious if the underworld at night is going to be just as disappointing as the rest of the at night themes. This is Fantastic 7 Revolution, 8th Happening. Okay, yeah, no, we found it. We found the best night theme in the game. Like, that is, personally for me, I like it more than Nighttime at Ryugu. It has that same yokai feel, but it doesn't lose, like, the mystical nature theme that the Underworld has going for it. It's not some cop-out spoopy for spoopy reasons of, like, the Scooby-Doo-esque or just the semi-let-down creepiness of Mafu. It has that same yokai feel as Ryugu, but it fits so well with the Underworld. I'm happy. We finally have a night theme that escaped mediocrity of D and made its way to B. That's awesome. So now we're moving on to the next stage, which is Lost Valley, or as the soundtrack likes to call it, times 12 difficulty for the team, Mr. Hardhead. Is it just me, or does this sound like it belongs in Klonoa? Like, this is some real, like, Temple of the Sun-esque music. Wahoo! Wow. Wonderworld going 2 tracks in S tier for stage themes. Which means I don't know how... Okay, because the next song is the theme for Tree Stump Village. So it's another village theme. And so far for villages... they've all been B. Yeah, they've all been B or C. Yeah, because Odeo was C, Ryugu and Mafu were C. I wonder where's Tree Stump Village, aka Terror for 3500 Rio is. Yeah, no, that's a solid B. That is a solid B. It's fun. It's whimsical. I like the back half of it with the added flute and pipes. That's a nice touch to an already decent town theme. I don't think we're going to get a single town theme in the A rank, and I definitely don't think we're going to be getting a town theme in the S rank. Now, something that's kind of interesting coming up is the next one is another town theme, but this is for Creep Village. This is a post-game village that you get to after you're done getting like all of the passes. You then go back to, I believe it's either Lost Valley or it's Mokeke Forest, and there's a bus stop. There's a hidden bus stop you can wait at, and it will take you to Creep Village, which the name of the track is Without Relying on the Map. more Klonoa-esque music. I love it. Just imagine going, oh, yeah, no, it fits. No, that's honestly, for me personally, the best town theme in the game so far. Of course, the post-game town ends up being my favorite town theme in the game. That doesn't surprise me, but no, I love the vibe and feel of that. That's easily my favorite town theme of the game. Which now means we go to the last castle theme of the game, because the Cloud Fortress Castle, which is the final. So we're Underworld is stage 4, Cloud Fortress is stage 5, the final world. And unfortunately, the Cloud Fortress Castle is just a melody. And it takes bits and pieces from the previous castle. So you go through Flaming Odeo Castle, into Ryugu Castle, into Mafu Castle, into Underworld Castle, and it just replays the stage themes as you go through it. So unfortunately, Cloud Fortress doesn't have its own unique castle theme, which is a bit of a shame. So for all intents and purposes, Underworld Castle is the final proper castle theme, which this one is called Underground Paradise. Is it just me, or does this not sound like final dungeon material? God, I love this theme so much. That once again, very similar to Odeo and Ryugu. Easy S tier. Easy S tier. I've got no qualms putting this in S. Unlike the qualms I had with Mafu. That's a easily said and done. We're actually nearing the end of this. I actually didn't think we were going to make it. I actually didn't think we were going to actually complete the game tonight, in a sense. But here we are. We're actually doing really great. We're moving on to another cutscene track. This one is where we get information that Dochuki and Bismaru have escaped the Cloud Fortress, and it turns out the person who gives us information is the next to lead the Underworld. So that's why the track is known as nominee for the lead in the next season. This is Suzaku's theme. And honestly, for Suzaku, it fits her well. It's going to go right there in the B category with the rest of the with the rest of the character themes. once again, the side characters are got better love and attention than my two other mains. The fuck? Oh my gosh. So we go from the underworld and now we're going up to the first stage of the Cloud Castle, which is simply known as Cloud Fortress. But for some reason, the track name is Passionate Horny Man. So let's listen to the track for Cloud Fortress and figure out why it's called Passionate Horny Man. I don't know why the track is called Passionate Horny Man, but is it because the track goes very hard? Because the track is a really great way to start off the final stage of the final world. That's a fire track. That's good. That's really good. Hot damn, I love that one. But yeah, that track goes hard for no reason. I still can't get over the fact that it's called Passionate Horny Man, but you know what? We're going to go on to the final night theme for Night at the Floating Castle, a.k.a. Slippery Earth. Watch it disappoint, just like all the other ones. Is it bad that I want more out of these night tracks than what we've been getting? Like, am I asking too much? Like, I think you can do a really good, like, foreboding night theme that doesn't have to resort to, like, what we've gotten out of this game. I remember not liking most of the night themes except for, you know, the Underworld's night theme kicked ass. But I don't know. Like, I wish we had more of this than what we had down here. That's kind of upsetting. That the night tracks were very... Yeah. Huh. Well, good news is there's no more night themes, so I think we're done with the D list. Unless any of these final tracks just elicit nothing out of me, because now we're moving on to It Can Go Underwater 2, The Sky Garden. Yeah, that's really good. That is a solid A song for me. We're glad to see once again, the soundtrack has had a really nice curve in terms of like me enjoying tracks from the first stage onward. Now we're coming on to our final village theme, which is Exciting Rhapsody, Floating World Town. You know, solid final town theme. I wouldn't put it as an A, but I would definitely probably rank it the highest of the town themes thus far. That's definitely a high B. Not quite an A yet, but easily the best town theme in the game. Now, exclusive in this town is another mini game per se that is kind of questionable to access, where you find people with bags over their heads and they won't let you into this job facility unless you have a letter of recommendation, which you insist to get one. And even the person's like, oh, you really want to know what's behind there, don't you? Yeah, you do. Like insinuating something sexual. And then so you go in as Yai, and it turns out to be a call center for people who need help with their problems. So we're now moving on to foreboding of heart pounding. Phone consultation room. And unfortunately, it reminds me of like a dating scene from Tokimeki Memorial, which means I have already failed miserably at like courting anybody. Because let's be real here, Tokimeki was fun until I just couldn't do anything else because everyone hated my guts because I wouldn't date everybody in existence. I'm never playing Tokimeki Memorial ever again. So we go from a phone booth consultation to the final normal stage of the game, known as Windcastle Wall, or as the soundtrack calls it, Groan, Rampart of Strong Wind. Yeah, no, if you were to listen to this, you would probably sit there, like, after listening to all the other music and, like, comparing especially to the dungeon tracks, you'd be remiss if you thought this was, like, the final dungeon theme. Only to then be told, oh, there actually is no final dungeon theme. That's just the final normal stage of the game. And it fits, and it sounds great, and it's perfect. Why couldn't we get a proper dungeon? But it's so good. Because now we go into My Name is Death for the final impact boss battle against the God of Death. Yeah, that already works better as a final impact boss than Balberta and Data Torre was from the previous game. So that's going to be a solid B. Not A. I'd say definitely a mid B, but already a step up from the final impact boss themes, in my personal opinion. Now, we now need to go on to the actual boss fight against Dochuki. So unlike the previous game, where there wasn't even like a boss battle, this is kind of final impact fights, you do your final impact boss fight first, and then you fight your actual final boss on foot. Knowing what you've known about the soundtrack right now, what would you expect the musical tone to be? We've heard like heavy metal, we've heard classical Japanese instruments, we've heard a nice blend of, Japanese instruments with the heavy metal, with like some, synths. We've heard a lot of really unique things in the soundtrack. But what would you say would the final boss theme be? Jazz would work, but it's not jazz. What was a really popular genre in like the late 90s, early 2000s? Not clown music. So, not punk. Not grunge. Or hip-hop. Not grunge or hip-hop. They tried doing a little bit of hip-hop with the Beatmania thing, with the backing track for that. No. The final boss theme is drum and bass. Yeah, no, it gives Ape Escape. It gives Bomberman Hero. It gives Ridge Racer. It's drum and bass. It's drum bass, a little bit of jungle. It's such a tonal whiplash from the rest of the soundtrack. Yet it works too damn well, in my opinion. But I wasn't expecting drum and bass in my Goemon game. So we go from What Is This, which is Dochuki Battle 1, to Decisive Battle, Dochuki Battle 2, where he turns into a giant demon dog. Now this is how I would imagine the final boss music for a Goemon game to be. That is what I expected, not drum and bass from the previous form. Fun fact, this actually has a mechanic where you damage Dochuki enough where he falls down. You have to go inside of his maw and beat up his uvula in the back of his throat. So there's slight vor at the final boss fight of the game. And then at this point, we have our final set of cutscenes. We have everything wrapping up with Dochuki, which is these first three, followed by the actual ending of the game where we go tell Wiseman that we've, destroyed the ghost summoning machine and everything is right with the world. So first and foremost, we have the fate of Dochuki. And then we go from that to The Power of Nice Smell, which is the second part of the ending. And then that is led up to Sunset 98. Yeah, so it's your very standard Goemon ending. Bad guy tries to transform into something. I think if I remember correctly, Bisamaru like farts and like disgusts Docheki and like basically kills him outright, which then leads to Suzaki taking over like as the leader of the underworld and promising not to make sure like anything like this ever happens again with like the undead or the ghost coming back up to the thing. So it's a very like box standard ending. And then we move on to the actual ending of the game where we go back to tell Wiseman what's happened. So we start off with "It was troubling." So yeah, basically Goemon opens up the door saying, hang on, we're not ready yet. It's like, we've returned, Wiseman. It's like, yeah, it was really difficult, but we managed to destroy the machine for good. Thankfully, nothing like this will ever happen again. And Wiseman's like, oh, yeah, I never told you guys. I'm so sorry. What was stolen was actually a defect. It was trash. It wasn't any good. That's why I've made a better one. And they're like, what? And so the end comes is Wiseman showing the new and improved Mark II of the ghost summoning machine. Oh, whoops, wrong one. Hold on. And the entire team is like, oh, you've got to be kidding me. We got to do all this shit again? Why would you even do a second machine? To which, like, Bismaru comes back, and she is like, oh, you have a second one? Fantastic. I'm going to summon the undead all over again. To which, Bismaru actually has a daughter named Mai, and she ends up hitting the self-destruct button to, like, blow Wiseman's residence to Kingdom Come. Boosh, explosion. Honestly, I would probably rank this as a solid B. I like the mood and the tone of like this final bit, especially like in the context of they think they're done when Wiseman has learned nothing because he's a bit of an idiot. Makes a brand new machine and they're like, God damn it, what if this happens again? And it's like, but it won't. And then Bismaru is like, oh, it's gonna happen again. And then the baby finds the self-destruct button, everyone blows up, which means we finally get to come back to one of my favorite bits of credit musics in video gaming. We did it. The sky is shining again. Japan is shining again. All right, that's going to be it for the tier list. We have basically done it for both of the Goemon games on the N64. Hell yeah. Actually, all looks really solid. I'm actually really happy. We have a pretty good balance of everything on this. Nice balance between A and B. I'm actually surprised by the amount of tracks I actually really enjoyed. I'm not so surprised by the tracks I didn't enjoy. Mostly it was from like the quick blips and boops, but I'm kind of upset that a lot of the night themes just didn't land. I'm also a little bit upset about the character themes for Yai and Sasuke just not matching the characters at all. Like, they're good themes, which is why they're C's, but they're low C's. Absolutely low C's. If the tracks weren't good, they'd be down here in D. Like, that's the honest truth of the matter. But honestly, I'm really happy about this list. And that was a really fun way to just kind of enjoy the night and also just kind of veg and not have any, like, big things we got to quickly rush through so we don't get spoiled on things. So that's going to be it for tonight. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Once again, big shout outs to, I can't find it. Zeus Wants a Hug for the amazing raid. And thank you for everyone from Zeus Wants a Hug's channel for sticking around and just listening and vibing with us to some Goemon tracks. Thankfully, work is letting me actually stream on Fridays again, so we've got Fridays back on the menu until we arbitrarily can't do Fridays. So, good news, we're going to be streaming on Friday. Even better news, we're finally starting Wild Arms 3. So, look forward to Wild Arms 3 on Friday. Excited to bring you guys back to the world of Filgaia with some brand new characters, a brand new story, and a brand new world of adventure and basically Western punk, and I'm so excited to take you guys there. Plan moving forward is to basically dedicate to Wild Arms 3. Of course, doing some Deltarune stuff with Tasty whenever Tasty's work allows it. And if we ever need a break from Wild Arms, we'll find some random bips and boops to do, as we tend to do. But thankfully, if we're doing 2 nights a week instead of just 1 night a week, that should honestly help out with a RPG the size of Wild Arms 3. But yeah, that's going to be it for tonight. Let's go ahead and find ourselves a raid target. I honestly, you know what? We're gonna throw it to Liz. Which is doing an RPG bingo night with more Grandia. So we're going to go and give Liz some love. She's awesome. She's great. I love seeing her at GDQ. So let's go give Liz some love. Let's also... Oh, I need something Goemon. I need something Goemon related to... Oh, okay. No. What am I even thinking? Of course we're going to raid with just... Plazuma! Yeah, we're gonna raid with that. Like we're doing a Goemon stream, so we have to raid with Plasma. Like there is no if, ands, or buts. That is what we're doing. So I'm gonna go and get the raid command for Liz all set up. And seriously, go give Liz a follow. She is awesome. She is sweet. She has a really damn good taste in games. So yeah, go give Liz some love with our Plasma! And of course, I will see you guys on Friday. Till then, y'all, stay safe, stay fluffy, stay cute. I love you guys. Have a great night. Bye! Can we still all agree? I have no idea why the very first stage name for the fortress place was just simply known as Passionate Horny Man. That one still baffles me in terms of song listing, but I guess that's one we'll never find out.